All right, let's go. What's up, TK? Light the forge. The forge is hot. Brothers and sisters of the forge. Anytime he says, "We came here to fight" in this song, I remember that meme. That was that's what was happening last day. Whenever this song played, that duck, I saw that. Don't see your sister. This can be. Uh, Remember that chicken from Family Guy that Peter Griffin fights all the time? This can be that guy for Adam. He shows up and they start fighting. Okay, guys, I have a small revision on the comic book. I'm replacing Raug with this guy. Imagine doing something like in production. Let's say you are working in DreamWorks or something, and you are making a film like, How to Train Your Dragon. One day you just show up and you're like, yo, guys, check this. You are just replacing a main character like halfway through production. You are like, yo, dude, I have this amazing idea. You gotta hear this. uh, uh, yeah, had a breakthrough, guys. Hear me out. Like the whole production team will hate you, man. Honestly, like I worked with the guys like that, but they were not doing it as a joke. They were serious. That's the sad part. Like we are halfway through the project. They're like changing something major, right? They're like, yo, I have this idea. Let's do it like this. I'm like, what? And worst part is when you realize they are not joking. And the more sad part is they are not aware of what they are doing. So that's why it's so important to uh like know everything, not like have experience or something, but if you are in a leadership position like creative director or art director, you need to know the lowest level to the top level, like how everything works. Because if you don't know, you'll be that guy, right? Coming up with weird ideas and have no idea how it will affect the production or all that stuff. And better if you like really know the day-to-day life of every person in the team, right? You need to understand them to lead them. Also, there are lots of other factors, right? It's not like oversimplified like this. Like there are lots of examples when a company hires a new CEO, right? Uh, Usually people who grew up in the company, uh, they grew up in that culture, right? They are a part of it. But another CEO or I don't know, CTO or whatever comes in, that guy is optimized for focus and all that. I'm not saying it never works, but uh, it's kind of a long shot, right? Uh, Where's the original file? Yeah. Hmm. It's gone. Duck. B-ball is about to start. Nice. Happy lurking. Oh yeah, you can also type lurk to hear the sound. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I think there is sound. Keep it moving. Motion beats emotion. Okay, so what are we doing? Maybe do another sketch, couple more. Doing dramatic shot? Yeah, just sketching something. Random ideas. All right, that's a nice warm up. I'm just in the mood to pencil. Just doing warm up, man. Nothing. I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing. Just warming up. Sharpie. Is this empty? Nice. All right, time to ink. Gonna take a small break. Maybe get a coffee, and then we finish this bad boy. So yeah, be right back, guys. All right, we are back. Holy, I forgot to turn down the music. Yo, what's up, Luna? How you doing, ma'am? Inking? Yep. What was this song from? Uh, like, what was it? Need for Speed? No. Holy, this is Big Hero 6 soundtrack, man. Is it? I have this association, this song with something. Can't access the folder right now. Nice. Discovering some new bangers. Can't tell. Luna just said yo and disappeared. Holy, this is another song I forgot it existed. Uh, did see your command? It restarts Twitch. Yeah, I think it's buggy for me as well. It's not updating. Like the preview window is stuck. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. It's break time. Be right back, guys. All right. We are back. Yeah, I randomly remembered something. Maybe up about it a bit. You know how I keep talking about leadership, but not in the sense of being a CEO or sitting in a office chair and the desk. Like that's a leadership, but usually when I talk about leadership, what I mean is personal leadership, right? Like leading yourself, right? And the most important trait of leading is making decisions, right? And of course, we want to make the right decisions, but most common thing or the most powerful trait of leaders is the ability to make decisions, right? Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Like think about a general, right? A commander. Let's say you are in war. Like there might be moments like you need to make instant decisions, right? So that's the thing with leading yourself, right? It might be a wrong decision or right decision, but the thing is, you are making decisions. And how does this apply to art or drawing or painting? When you are drawing, you are not consciously, uh, not really. I mean, you are consciously thinking about uh, the things like the concepts, the design theory, harmony, all that stuff. But at the same time, you are not really consciously thinking about them, right? You are just making decisions, right? You are not stopping to make a decision. Like as you keep going, as you go, you just make decisions, right? Okay, make this line like this. Make this shape like this. Okay, make this like this. You are not just stopping and obsessing over, uh, should I make it like this? Like you are not stuck in your mind, right? Because that's the opposite of doing. So I think that developing that trait to ability to make decisions doesn't matter if it's a wrong or right decision, but it's like having this attitude of like I'll make a decision in the moment. If I'm wrong, if I fail, I learn from it. It's not a big deal. I mean, what am I doing? I'm drawing a picture, right? It's not the end of the world. Like stop fucking obsessing over it. So yeah, like if you fail, you learn something. If you succeed, good. Keep doing it. So cultivating that approach, implementing that into your drawing state, drawing mental state, and then that way you can keep going, right? You are not hijacked by your mind and the bullshit, unimportant shit your mind is nagging at you. So yeah, I think by definition that's leading yourself, right? That's inner and personal leadership. So usually when people talk about leadership or when people hear the word leadership, we immediately think like someone leading other people, right? But it's so important to develop that ability. And this applies to everything, right? In life, you might also make quick decisions. Not all the time, but it's better to have it than to need it, right? So when you need that decision making skill, it's there, right? And if it's a major life decision, then there are lots of tools you can use, right? For example, there's this tool, decision making tool called weighted decision making matrix. You just lay down the pros and the cons and rate them, and you go for the highest rating and stuff like that, right? Or it can be something like you calculate the cost and effort and the value of the thing you want to do or the outcome of the decision. And like if it's a high cost, low value thing that you need to do or create or whatever it is, then it's not in the top of the list, right? So yeah, I think that's really important to develop. And it helps the creativity in the long run so much, right? Like imagine, think about all that time you are spending overthinking, obsessing over small stuff, when drawing something or painting something. Just imagine spending all that energy to something that really matters, something that actually matters. Like imagine how much more you could improve or create output, right? Just do the arithmetic. If you are drawing for 6 hours every day, and let's say you have a mana pool of 100 mana points, right? And let's say you spend all your mana in one session. But think about this. Let's say you are spending like 60 points of mana pool out of 100 for just overthinking on unimportant bullshit. Uh, uh, like, do the arithmetic. It's like 60 points every day. That means like 600, 1800, and then 2400, right? In a month, you are spending 2400 mana points on just bullshit. You are just wasting it on something that literally doesn't do anything for you or the artwork or the audience, or like it literally has zero value. It doesn't make you money. It doesn't make your art better. It's just spent energy and time. Now imagine spending all that on the actual thing. I'm just making up the numbers, but like you could be 2 times better or more productive. Like 3 times. Who knows, man? So insane. Game's over? Nice. Interesting idea. It's actually a pretty straightforward idea. It's not even an idea. Like it's a thing. Like also, that saying. I think it was the story of Alexander. Yeah, I think it was Alexander, right? Like, people go out and try to conquer the world. But the real victory is conquering yourself, right? Like leading yourself and being free in your own skin, not getting pulled to side by your emotions, by your mind, not get hijacked by like bullshit, negative conditioning you might have, or overthinking, or weird uh, weird residue of traumatic experiences or suppressed emotions, whatever it is. And having control over your emotional state, having control over your mental state, all this stuff, right? And it's so insane. I also talk about this in the new course. Like there's a dedicated whole, like a huge section in the course. And it's all about like inner work, right? Because, like the technical skills that you can learn anywhere. You can learn how to draw, how to paint, whatever it is. It's not a big deal. Like, is it that hard to learn how to draw? Or like learn anatomy? In terms of resources, like I'm not even mentioning it. Like there are infinite number of tutorials. And if you don't like the vibe of a teacher, like the way you teach, the way they teach, for example, because you don't vibe with anyone, right? Like there are infinite number of people making tutorials and teaching what they know. And even if you just go to Pinterest, like there are these one-page tutorials, right? I learned so much from those kind of stuff. Anyways, it's not a big deal, right? That's not the point. Like there are recorded lessons from all the top level universities in the world. They're out there, man. And like, so yeah, that's not a big deal, right? You can learn anything. You could learn anything, but would you, right? So that's where uh, inner work comes in, right? The mindset, what you believe in, about yourself, about the world, about existence. What is life to you, right? So what is life? If you answer this question like life is a war, then you are fighting everything. Or life is a game, right? Life is love. Your core assumptions about the world and yourself, right? Maybe you have some bullshit belief about yourself, like I can't draw faces, or some stupid shit like that, right? Uh, like your brain is so powerful. At the same time, there are these glitches, right? And one of the most powerful forces in the human psyche is like identity, right? Your brain does whatever it can to keep you keep you consistent with how you define yourself, right? That's one of the most powerful forces in your psyche, being congruent to how you define yourself. So if you keep saying, I suck at anatomy, I suck at anatomy, or I can't draw faces, I can't draw hands, whatever it is, your brain will just give you that, right? So that's one. That's a belief about yourself, or like overall beliefs about life, right? If you believe you need talent to be successful, then your brain will fucking sabotage you. It will hijack you. Like, you think you have control over your brain, but you don't. Like, what you are conscious of is like the 10%. The rest, the 90%, is subconscious. Think about it. You are not actively thinking about growing your hair, the digestion, like blood flow, blood sugar. Like, think about it. This is like millions of years of evolution. You think you are smarter than that? You think you are gonna have some fucked up beliefs, fucked up uh, thinking patterns, and like you think you are gonna be successful and achieve your goals with the mindset, uh, like with a mindset that's not optimized for that goal or the vision or the purpose. It's 100% guaranteed. Uh, that's not gonna happen. So insane. Like think about it. It's like you can't install an application that's designed to work on, I don't know, Windows 10 to Windows XP or something, right? You need the right operating system. Or think about a car. A normal car that you would drive in the city, like think about a French car, like a Citroën or something. And think about just taking that car and trying to join a GT race or a rally, right? That car will blow up, man. But if you optimize that car for that specific activity, like it might be a endurance race or anything, then you have some chance, right? So mind is the same way. Mind works the same way. You need to first figure out what the fuck do you want, get clear on that, and then optimize the system, right? And people are usually, I don't know, this is so weird to me. I don't know why. Like, people are too fanatic about beliefs and ideals. To me, belief is a tool, right? It's like a tool, like a vehicle. If a belief gets me from point A to point B, I just use it, right? That's about it. You don't have to be fanatic about beliefs or identities or anything. It's like if you want to go from, I don't know, Sweden to London, yeah, you can go with a bus or a car. But if you want to change continents, you probably wanna go with a plane or ship, right? So it's like right vehicle for the right purpose. So beliefs are like that. Like every truth is half truth, right? I was talking about this earlier. Like nothing you think, nothing you believe is the pure reality. It's just a low resolution representation of reality. Like the artwork, right? So that's kind of weird for me to see people get attached to certain beliefs or thinking patterns or all that stuff. So yeah, that's one of the things, right? So that's one of them. That's the mindset. It's like core beliefs and subconscious assumptions about yourself, about the world, and about other people. And it's same with other people, right? If you believe people are shit, well, you won't want to help them. Then, like, what the fuck is the purpose of life if you are not doing it for other people, right? Like, I mean, that I guess that's okay if you do it for yourself. But if you just do it for yourself, there's a limit to the joy that you can have, or I don't know. I think that might be subjective. But yeah, the idea is that, right? Like beliefs about yourself, beliefs about the world, like your definition of life, uh, and then beliefs about other people, and then the mental and emotional defaults, like your thinking patterns. Uh, like there are lots of biases in the human mind. And these are evolutionary shortcuts our brains developed. Mostly they are to say conserve energy, make you more efficient, and all that. These most of the time these are helping you, but at the same time they might be getting in front of you, right? So developing that awareness for these biases and you know, whenever you have one of those, maybe reframing them or like shutting them down. Depends on the context, right? But yeah, core assumptions. And these doesn't have to be like conscious verbal things, right? Like imagine you are born and everybody treats you like everybody treats you like you are stupid. But even if nobody says that verbally, like you are stupid, I mean, that's even worse, right? But even if nobody says that, like from the moment you are born, everybody treats you like you are a dumbass. You will subconsciously adopt that assumption, right? This is some deep inner work. And this is not even about art. This is about life. So Like unless someone take cares of these stuff, uh, like there's no freedom, there's no success. You'll just be an NPC. That's the harsh truth about life, by the way. Like, uh, you need to install the right operating system for whatever purpose you have or the goal you have in life. Yeah, it's so fucked up as well. Like most people have these weird, delusional beliefs, right? Like you know those guys, oh, those rich people, or oh, they got lucky. All these bullshit stuff. Mostly it's because, uh, there's this gap, right? Like nobody teaches us the most important things in life unless you are born into a well educated, well developed family. But again, no family is perfect, right? Uh, yeah, so it's like imagine you are born into a mentality that thinks rich people are rich because they either cheat the system, they scam people, or they steal, or they inherited it, right? And that will be your belief as well. And if you never question that, I'm giving the example of rich people, but it's a really common thing, right? It can be beauty, it can be talent, whatever bullshit belief is like causing it. Uh, yeah, it can be genetics, whatever it is. But yeah, it's like uh, most people adapt. I mean, we all adapt when we are children, like beliefs, assumptions from our caregivers without questioning them because you don't have the tools and the mental complexity and sophistication to consciously choose and audit and analyze them. So you're just taking them like a sponge. It's like, that saying, I don't know who said it, but it was a quote from someone. Like, and uh, what was it? An unquestioned life is not a life worth living, something like that. So most people don't even do that, right? Like they just consume whatever is put in front of you. They just consume whatever is put in front of them. Like scroll, go to work, drink, eat shit, fall to sleep, get up, same shit, repeat, and then die. Uh, yeah. So, anyways, that's the mindset part, right? And it's so insane how important it is. Yeah, also, when it comes to self leadership, it's like how you talk to yourself, right? How you treat yourself. How is your inner talk, right? Like, are you being mean to yourself or compassionate? Or are you too much sugarcoating yourself, right? Always in the bubble. Or are you being too harsh? It should be, ideally, it should be like balanced, right? It's not like you are whipping yourself all the time. How I look at it is that's actually really connected to this comic, right? The one layer I wanted to express in this story is uh like a part of yourself, right? So this is not a scientific fact or anything, but for just for a moment, let's assume that we have the animal self, right? And then we have the higher self, which is the divine part of you, and the normal human self, right? Day to day self. So your animal self, you could say it's your primal brain, right? The reptilian part. And in spirituality and like esotericism and the Eastern philosophy and all that, that concepts like the chakras and all that, those, like, you could say your animal self, your lower self, is the first three chakras, right? Survival, power, sex, or reproduction. So it's like uh it's like the things that are common with the things that we have in common with animals, right? Because animals have that too. Reproduction, power, and survival. So that's your animal self. And in this story, one of the reasons I'm doing it is like in one layer, there's Adam, right? It's our dude, and uh he meets his animal self as a shadow, right? So that's the idea. Uh, in one layer, that's that. In another layer, it's about integrating that animal self, right? Uh, but in modern life, like I think Carl Jung said that, right? Like the modern people are uh, like 90% of the world is like he said something like this, like mentally ill or disconnected. He didn't say they are mentally ill, but like you can interpret it like that, right? Almost. So because mentally disconnected, like they are disconnected. I mean, we are disconnected from whatever it is. I'm not going into that right now, but the idea is that, right? So you have this separated identity or suppressed or whatever it is. Because if you think about it, like there's this concept called midlife crisis, right? Like it's so accepted right now. What the fuck is midlife crisis, man? Like, did people have this in their like did people have midlife crisis the medieval times or the Celtic times, or I don't know, right? I think it's something specific to modern ages. So that can be tied to what Jung was talking about when he was saying uh, we have this split psyche, right? So, anyways, one layer is Adam is just fighting with a wolf, right, in the jungle. One layer is the symbolic layer where Adam is integrating his animal self. So that could be a psychological symbolic layer. And another layer would be this mythological layer, right? Again, I'm not gonna go into that. What I want to tell is I always think about this. So there is this animal part of yourself, right? It's the first three chakras: reproduction, power, power like dominating, having control, and all that, and survival, right? Which corresponds to fear. So, like, as long as you don't master them, you are not stepping up to next level, which is the heart chakra, right? Which is where love starts. Anyway, so in modern life, what I think people are doing is, since we are in a society, in a civilized society, you need to act civil, right? And usually those lower chakra emotions like power, like domination, control, reproduction, survival, these kind of stuff are usually impulsive, right? And usually you don't go out, like go to Starbucks or something and try to dominate people, right? Like it's weird if you do that. Or you don't just go out and you want to, uh, let's say, be intimate with someone. You don't just you don't just jump onto them, right? Like animals do. Uh, like there's a structure and a system, right? And all this stuff, right? So the thing is, since we are born into this already established civilization and society, and there are some rules and all that, most of the time we are spawned in this life and we are fucking confused, man. Like, what the fuck is going on, right? Usually we just imitate people around us and we just adopt some ways of being and belief systems or whatever. But the idea is, what I think in modern life most people do is not integrating the animal part, but they like think about it as having an animal, right? Let's say you have a pet. Think about that pet as your animal self, right? I think it would make more sense if you separate those two things. So think about you have an animal. So in one instance, you are leashing that animal. You don't say, let's say it's a dog, right? You are leashing that dog and you don't take it for a walk. It's just sitting there. Maybe you give it food, just enough to keep it alive. And it's this weak dog, right? It doesn't. Maybe you don't even open the leash. It's just actually there's a dog like that here. Whenever I go to the gym, I see that dog and it's kind of weird. All its life, it's just sitting there. Sometimes it barks to people, but it's so horrible, man. It's like a torture. What are you doing? So, anyways, think about that dog as your animal self, right? What most people do is they keep that animal self weak, because if it's strong, like if you lose control in public and do some shit, you get into trouble, right? This can be, as I said, this can be something related to power, or reproduction, or survival, right? And yeah, so you can't live like that, right? There are some psychopaths, obviously, who do stuff, but like you need to stay civilized to sustain your existence in society, right? So that's what people do. They keep that animal part really weak so it doesn't go out of control. But that's the most fucked up thing that you can do to yourself, right? So what's the other option? What's the proper way to do it? The proper way, and you can think about this as the animal self or your shadow or your dark side, whatever it is. It applies to, like, however you interpret it, it applies to it, right? It's like it can be your dark side or the animal self. The idea is to keep that animal really strong and alive, but disciplined, right? It doesn't go out of control. It's like you have emotions, you have all the chakras active, but they are in control, right? They are not controlling you, you are controlling them. So, like, same with a trained dog, right? A trained dog, oh my fucking god, dude. Like, it's the best thing in life. I remember with my dog, like, we would psychically communicate, dude. Like, in his last couple of years, I wouldn't even talk to him. I wouldn't give commands. He would just understand what I wanted to say. It's so insane. Like the relationship you can establish. So, anyways, that's the idea, right? What most people do. What's the wrong approach? Keep the animal weak, and so it doesn't go out of control. And the proper way is to keep it strong, like make it as strong as you can, and then keep it under control, right? And that's one of the reasons why I like people who do martial arts and those kind of stuff too much. I love hanging out with people like that, right? Because they don't have these weird, suppressed, uh, fucked up, uh, like emotions or desires. They have that dark side or the animal, that wild part, right? Really strong. Like, they are fucking fighters, man, right? They are dealing with that all the time. Uh, but it's under control, right? So that's the idea. It's not about uh, dismissing it. And also, in modern culture, it's like uh, usually these things are looked down on it, right? Like, be human, right? Those are animal things to do. But yeah, the idea is that, right? And that's one of the reasons why you feel more integrated when you work out or do some hiking or whatever it is, right? It might be different for everyone, but that's usually what happens in modern life. So it's so insane when I think about this stuff. So that's one of the things I'm also trying to parallel, right? Maybe subconsciously giving this idea to the reader. And it's not always pleasant, right? Your dark side is no joke, man. Like, it can fuck you up, man. So it's also not this, oh, I embrace my dark side. It's not a picnic, man. You have to fight it. So it's that idea, right? Raug represents the animal self, the lower self, but it's suppressed, right? I'm not gonna spoil the backstory of Adam, but the life he lived, uh, like lots of shit he went through, right? And then that led him to this. So this is one of the trials he needs to face to be able to achieve his ultimate purpose, or at least be eligible to take the journey. And this is, you can see this concept repeated like literally in everywhere, like in Bible, like any ancient text, like Genesis, Bhagavad Gita, like any religious book. And this is not something I make up, by the way. Like this is something that's out there for thousands of years. And what do? We just fucking spend our time on TikTok and then complain about rich people. Like, what the fuck are you doing with your life, man? Zlorpog. Yeah. So also there is that saying, right? Uh, the way to heaven goes through hell. So you need to go down to go up. But average person can't understand this, right? What do you mean go down to go up? Like because if you think in the straight logic, if I want to go up, I need to go up, right? You know who said that? Like, was it Nietzsche or Jung, whatever it is? Like people can't find God because they don't look down enough, right? So that's the idea, right? It's true in lots of levels. Like if you think about your chakras, it checks in, checks out, right? If you think about psychologically, it checks out. If you think about in sociologically, checks out. So you need to integrate that animal self, the like the shadow, let's say, to actually reach the higher parts of your psyche, right? Yo, what's up now? You just yelled me and peaced out earlier. She's like, yo, like vanishes, casts vanish. Oh, didn't go. Okay. Oh, you didn't go to B-ball. Okay. Spaced out. You're AFK. Oh yeah. Yeah. I guessed it. We probably uh, what do you call it? Missed the active times. So yeah, that's uh, like you don't need to be Carl Jung to know this or do this stuff. You don't even need to know like psychology or anything. I studied this stuff because like I'm interested in this stuff, right? Stop waiting for permission. No one is coming. So yeah. Then the question is, how do you do this? How do you integrate those? How do you integrate your shadow or the animal self, right? And then there is this idea of liminal and liminoid experiences. So liminoid experiences are like, so an example for a liminoid experience would be playing ballpoint, paintball. Yeah, playing paintball with your friends in the weekend, right? Uh, as opposed to a liminal experience could be like actually being in the war, right? So liminoid experiences are like these experiences that's like a vacation, right? That's not it's not the real thing, but it's like a simulation of the real thing. It kind of gives you the same experience in terms of mental part of it. It's like actually flying a jet or playing a flight simulator, right? But like liminal experiences is basically hero's journey, right? It's one of them transforms you, one of them is a vacation. And there are lots of studies done in this concept as well. So one of the liminal experiences can be having children, right? As a woman, it might be giving birth, right? That's a liminal experience. So what liminal experience is? Something that transforms you. Because when you give birth, You are not the same anymore, right? It fucking changes you. So that's the idea. Like it's real transformation, right? It's not a bullshit. It's not some weekend retreat. It's not a meditation retreat. So it's a real transformation. Like fighting in a war, getting married, giving birth, all this stuff, right? So liminoid experiences are like substitute for liminal experiences. And the thing with liminal experiences are when you go through a liminal process, what happens to your psyche is there are 3 stages. First, your psyche deconstructs. Like literally, your ego is destroyed. And you go into the belly of the whale. You go through that process. If you are lucky, with the help of like people who know the way, right? And then there's reconstruction, right? So it's like you are going into fire, burning the old self, and emerging as a new person, new integrated person. So yeah, imagine a woman giving birth, going through all that painful experience. Not giving birth, not the event itself, right? Think about pregnancy and all that process. Like it's a whole process, right? So and then when you give birth, you have a children, right? You change, like literally and biologically. Did you guys know that when ladies give birth, their bodies start pumping out these chemicals, right? These hormones. And it's so insane. Even if you give birth to a fucking crocodile, to that woman, to the mother, that looks like the most beautiful thing in the existence, right? Basically, your biology hijacks you. It's unbelievable. Remember, I was saying you are not smarter than like millions of years of evolution. It's embedded, man. Like you can't, you can't prevent that. That happens. I've seen this over and over again. That's why that protective instinct is so strong, right? You know all those stories, women lifting cars to save their children and all that. So, like, there are lots of shit happening biologically when women give birth, right? I'm just giving this as an example. This is nothing to do with the example itself, but it's a liminal experience, right? It changes you. So experiences like that changes you. But what we do in modern life is usually we go for the substitution, right? Like the liminoid replacements of these real experiences. Uh, some of the experiences in life you can't not live, right? Because everybody is born, everybody gets old, everybody goes through the stages of life, like childhood, adulthood, and elderly, and all that. But in terms of voluntarily taking challenges and experiences and adventures, like this doesn't have to be something crazy, right? Like let's say you wanted to launch a business. Like that's an adventure, man. It's not a picnic. It's fucking hard, right? It can be deciding to go to medical school. It can be anything, right? It can be deciding to become an artist. Like, it's no joke, man. You need to dedicate You need to sacrifice and dedicate like a big chunk of your life, man. If you are really aiming to make it your profession, right? Uh, so yeah, this can be anything. So that's another problem with uh, us modern people, right? Like most people would rather uh, stay at home, play Call of Duty all day, than to actually enroll for the military, right? That's kind of a weird example, but focus on the point, right? Not the thing. So yeah, like which one is easier? Like uh, going to the gym consistently for years, or like I don't know, what would be the substitute of that? Like photoshopping your picture, right? I think that's easier. Adding six packs to your picture, right? Doing some retouch. Uh, my kid's the most hideous looking creature. So yeah. So what is this what is this says? What does this have anything to do with what I was saying? Like how do you integrate that shadow or animal self, right? By these experiences. As I said, some of them you can't skip them, like being born, living, transitioning through stages of life, getting old, and dying, right? But in modern life, we have this luxury to skip most of them, right? And back in the old times of humanity, like you couldn't skip them, right? And like in the hunter-gatherer times, like everybody does something to contribute to the tribe, right? But now you can be a complete loser. You can be just a leech and still kind of survive in society, right? I'm not saying that's bad. Of course, we need to help and protect each other. Uh, but yeah, we have this luxury, right? Also, like it's so much better if you do this voluntarily, right? Like you can just meditate, even that, right? People think meditation is like this. Uh, you are sitting there and chanting Om. People think meditation is that, right? But it's actually as hard as going to the gym or fighting a war, because you are turning inwards, right? Like you are literally entering the cave that you accumulated all the shit you've been hiding, escaping, ignoring your whole life. You are basically entering the cave where all your demons are. It's no joke, man. Like meditation is not a picnic. It's not it's not this, right? So, yeah, it can be that, right? Like reflecting on yourself, meditating, questioning your beliefs, uh, with a desire to find the truth. And yeah, it can be that. And this is different for everyone, right? Maybe it's an external journey. Uh, so yeah, it can be anything. So that's one of the ways, right? I'm not saying that's only way, but also it's a really important concept. Because there are lots of substitutes in the modern life. And one of the best indicators of a thing that if it's good for you or not necessarily good for you is like anything that's healthy or that's worth doing or that would make you proud or happy or successful or free, they all has to be paid in advance and in full, right? No buy now, pay later bullshit. No installments, no subscription plan. That's the main thing, right? If you want a peaceful mind, you pay it. You pay in hours of meditation, right? Consistent meditation. You want self-respect, you stay congruent to your values. Like you want mastery, you put into practice. What else? You want a good physique and confidence, you pay it, you pay in sweat, right? You can't lease mastery, right? You can't finance discipline. Like there is this universal law, right? It's higher than any politician, any government, any force in the planet. There is this higher law, like universal principles and laws. You can't hack them. It's virtually impossible, right? You can't cheat that system. Maybe you can't cheat the government systems and all that, but this, you can't do that. It's like zero chance, right? You can fool yourself all you want, but in the end, that's the thing. So yeah, it needs to be paid upfront and full, right? That's the price of success. You can't win a championship and then train, right? So anything, any institution, any food, any influence that's giving you the reward upfront, uh, that's a trap. That's a fucking trap, right? For example, take alcohol. You drink something, vodka or something, it makes you happy, right? It gives you what you want. But then there's a bill you need to pay, right? And that bill comes the other day with interest. But the thing most people don't understand is you think you are winning when you are going for these bullshit, cheap ass, dirty shortcuts. But in reality, they are taking more than they give. Like it's so fucked up, right? Like drugs, like smoking weed, alcohol, social media, consuming bullshit, like gossip, all these bullshit, right? They give you this quick, dirty dopamine kick, that dirty high. But then, like, you are not just wasting your time. Maybe you are, maybe you are sacrificing impulse control. Maybe you are sacrificing focus. Maybe you are sacrificing willpower. Like, it's not just time cost. Maybe you are sacrificing your attention span. Maybe you have a lower attention span because you are scrolling some bullshit social media platform all day, right? Like it's connected to so many things, right? And That's one of the most fucked up things about society right now. Like you buy something on credit, you think you are winning, right? It's so insane. But in reality, you are just one. You are just uh, stepping in one step closer to your slave owner. It's so insane. So that's what I mean by freedom, right? Freedom is not actual freedom because there's no freedom, dude. Like you think you are free. If you think you are free, you are fucking fooling yourself. We are just what do you call them? Like free roam chickens, right? Like think about it. You can't go anywhere, man. You are not free. You need a visa, right? You need to stay in that box that your daddy government uh, set out for you. Or like cancel your driver license and go out driving and see what happens, right? I'm not saying this to be cynical or I'm not encouraging to go start a riot or anything, but to understand this concept is so vital, right? You are just a battery in the matrix, man. But you can make this experience better by being mentally, spiritually, emotionally free, right? That's the most important thing. It doesn't matter the external things. As I said, the real thing is to conquer yourself, right? Because you know all those stories, like Nelson Mandela, right? You guys read his book. What was it? Long Walk to Freedom, and then A Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, who lived all the horrors of Nazi Germany in Second World War, and he found purpose in a concentration camp and Gulag Archipelago, or whatever it is called. And that's the Russia side of the Second World War, right? You don't need to be physically free to be spiritually and emotionally and mentally free. There are lots of real stories, true stories of this example, right? You can be in a prison, but your mind can be so free. You can move mountains. It's so unbelievable. Like that guy, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, like he writes a book, he fucking triggers the spark to destroy a whole regime, man. It's so insane. So, yeah, your daily government provides you with this illusion that you are free, right? Free roam chicken, stay in your free roam place. I have the batteries for the toys. When you want to play, come ask nicely, and I will give them to you, right? So, anyways, uh, that's something that people get wrong as well, right? There are all these movements, right? Uh, like all these different movements, LGBT and all that different things, right? Different people are uh, rioting with for their rights and all that. Uh, of course, there's a like external social aspect to it. I'm not denying the shit that's happening in the world. I'm not talking about that, right? I'm not denying anything. But like it's not about going out and convincing someone that convincing someone about your gender or anything, right? Like, like if you believe something and if you know that for a fact, you don't have to prove it to anyone. Like that's inner freedom, right? If you conquer the inside, you don't need to conquer the outside. That's the idea, right? That's the story of Alexander. So Alexander the Great was this big conqueror, right? And the story goes like he meets a enlightened guy or a monk or something like that. And then like he's a conqueror, right? He's a general. Everybody sucks up to this guy. And this monk is just sitting there chilling, right? He's just treating him just uh, as just another person. And the guy next to Alexander is like, you know who this is? Show some respect and all that. But Alexander loves this guy, right? So they they start a conversation, and Alexander is all about conquering the world and all that. And then this monk says something like, "I conquered the desire to conquer the world," right? So that's the inner victory. Like if you achieve that inner victory, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. You don't have to conform to anything. You don't need to please anyone. You don't need people to like you because you like yourself. Uh, this doesn't mean you will just disengage from the world, but that's a different reality, right? So that's one of the things when it comes to like integrating internally. This is such a fun topic to tackle. I'm gonna have to head to bed. Okay, good night, Luna. Uh, you have Sunday, right? You have work tomorrow. Yeah. Have a have a nice sleep. Have a nice flight. Remember to fasten your seatbelts. Don't fly too high. And if something bad happens, remember you are in a dream and try to miss us. Have a good day, night, evening. Yeah. Insane shapes on this. Thank you. Thank you. So that's one of the things, right? Like again, it comes down to the same. If you want to do it, if you want to decide that I'm gonna do it, then like you find a way. Like I'm not a religious guy or anything. Mostly because while I was growing up, most religious people around me was like they were the guys who are like, oh, but it says in the book, right? You know those guys? No critical thinking. Like they are the ultimate NPCs of the Matrix, right? Uh, like they are the most they are the most disconnected from God people. I know. Anyways, I'm not a religious person or anything, but like if you, but I've read all the religious books. Like I've read Bhagavad Gita, the Genesis, Bible, the new and the old one, like Quran, all those stuff, right? Even from just those books, like you can interpret lots of stuff. Like so insane. It doesn't even matter, right? You could like if you have that intention, you could read fucking Harry Potter and come to that conclusion, right? Because those stories, like Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Lion King, all these stories have layers of like symbolism, psychology, mythology. That's why you feel like integrated whenever you watch a really well produced film or movie. So yeah, you can read a book and still come to that conclusion. But it should be like there should be this voluntary desire to self-actualize, right? If you are stuck in your mind will fucking make you its bitch, right? You'll always be this over logical loser, right? Like always overthinking, not feeling anything. It says in the book, yeah. Yeah, I respect people's beliefs and all that. Like I don't care, man. As long as someone is not imposing something on me or limiting my birthright freedom, I'm all good. Like you can worship cheese if you want to. I don't give a shit. If that's your thing, like go ahead, right? I don't care, man. But if someone's trying to, make you do something or telling you what to do, that's kind of fucked up. So yeah. So again, what all these have to do anything with drawing or painting? So insane. They have everything to do with it. Anyone worship cheese? Maybe, I don't know. Could be funny though. The only secret is work. Mm. Holy shit, dude. Like, how long I've been yipping? I don't even remember. Hydrate stretch. Actually, it's so weird. Like yipping gives you energy, man. It's so insane. So yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Integrating that animal self, that shadow, because when you don't do it, like it just takes over when you are weak or old. Yeah, that's worse. When you are old and you don't have the energy to do what you needed to do, or when you are tired, hungry, and hangover, and then we call that midlife crisis, right? I think that's what happens with midlife crisis. Like maybe you are an accountant and you ignore that creative side of you all your life. And then in your like you are 43 or something, suddenly you start to paint, right? And then we call it midlife crisis. Or maybe you have a desk job your whole life. You never play sports. You are always uh, like ignoring and suppressing that side of you. And then suddenly in 40 years old, you start riding a bike and then have a motorcycle accident. And then and then the most fucked up thing is even then like then people make this as this glamorous thing, right? Oh, I had a midlife crisis and got into a motorcycle accident. Yeah, I think that's what's up with midlife crisis. I haven't researched it a lot. I'm not a psychologist or anything. Like I'm not claiming anything, but to me it feels like that. Because have you seen a Renaissance story of an artist having a midlife crisis? Minus Van Gogh. Or yeah, like let me keep trying to make the chat move. If you haven't taken a break, just wanted to remind you, but if you are in the zone, yeah, it's like when you are yipping, that system shuts down, right? It kind of gives me energy. Of course, you are spending energy. It's so weird. What the fuck? trailer. Trailer reveal. New Predator? Yeah. Have you seen that? Oh, I like that a lot. Predator, Killer of Killers. I mean, I'm not like I fall in love with it. It was nice to watch because it had this shield maiden lady. And that finally actually made me kind of like Predator. Because honestly, before, like, I never liked Predator. Honestly. Like, I never liked it when I was a kid. Never liked it later. Like, it always, to me, it looked like this, this caricature character, right? Like this ugly, stupid character. Like, what the fuck is this Predator? And that's my opinion, right? I'm not saying it's objectively bad or anything. Like the movies are well produced and all that. I'm not talking about that. But if you look at Alien, dude, that like look at the design of Alien, right? And there's a really strong story if you look at Alien, right? Now, what the fuck is Predator? This guy just shows up. I am the Predator. Like, what the fuck, man? Who the fuck are you? Maybe there's a story I missed. I have no idea. But to me, it was always like that, right? Like, are you high tech or are you a creature? What the fuck are you? Yeah, I don't want to piss off any Predator fans or anything, but like I'm shitting on Superman as well, right? Like, what the fuck is Superman, man? Like, what's your deal? I'm super. Okay, sit over there. Like, imagine all the superheroes, right? I'm Flash. I'm Spider-Man. I got bitten by a radioactive spider. So, what's your deal? I'm super. Okay. Like, I can do anything. I can fly. I can shoot lasers. I'm bulletproof. What the fuck, man? Did the CEO's kid design you as their personal pet? I mean, I understand the layers of it, right? Like if you think about it, there's the Clark Kent, and that's the social layer, right? Like I can just talk about it for hours. If you interpret it socially, like we live in this civilized society, right? And you need to restrain most of your aspects or a big part of your total psyche to function peacefully in society, right? As I talked about before, like you need to take regulate your emotions and take control of your impulses and animal behavior and all that. All right, we are back. Seems like everything's fine. I didn't understand what happened. I have no idea. My only concern was if I lost the recording. But there's a 15 gigs of file. I opened it up. There was something, so I guess it's okay. And even if I did, it doesn't matter. I can just use the VOD. Yeah. So, what was I saying? Superman, right? So yeah, I completely understand the layers of it. And also it's actually like Superman is one of the best layered stories there is. Like, if you think about it, Superman is Superman is you, right? Because everyone has that amazing part of themselves, right? You have the Clark Kent part of it, Clark Kent side of you, which is the socially accepted persona you are playing in society, right? But then there is this amazing part of you, this childlike part of you that creates cool shit, uh, like shines, right? So why does Superman, or why doesn't Superman just be Superman all the time? Because it has to be like that, right? So Superman is not some alien actually. In the story, he is alien, but in one layer of analysis, it's you, man. It's your unlimited potential. But when you start showing that unlimited potential, you either get mocked or like people usually can't handle that. That's why people shit on really successful people all the time, right? They either mock or hate or go after them. So yeah, like, you know, it's that you are making us look bad mentality, right? Because everybody has that amazing part of themselves. Like, think about it, man. Think about all that intelligence you have. Like, you are not doing anything. Imagine all the stuff that's happening in your body every second. Like trillions of cells, man. There's this immense intelligence in you. What are we doing with that intelligence? What are we doing? Depends, right? So yeah, I totally get that, right? Because you need to compress or you need to act in a more limited way in society. Uh, you become Clark Kent, right? You are just the NPC. But to really achieve things you want to achieve, you need to get out of that box, man. Like, you can't be Mr. Nice and create cool shit, right? You need to drop all that bullshit conditioning. You need to get out of Matrix, man. So that's what Superman is, right? Everyone is Superman. That's what the story is saying. Like, these stories are not just for entertainment, man. These guys are not stupid, right? These guys are not just trying to entertain you. They are trying to educate you. They are saying what I'm saying. Like, you are the Superman, right? It's you, dude. But if you keep being Clark Kent, you'll never realize that Superman in you. A human being is insanely powerful, man. Like, imagine the things that you could do. So yeah, there's like, I can talk about it all night. There's layers and layers of it, right? Like, think about launching a business, building that business, think about the process. Like how fucking gangsta that process is. You need to deal with so many shit, man. So so yeah, that's it, right? Superman. But at the surface level, that's what I'm mocking, right? Obviously, I get what it's about. I understand the layers, but at the surface level, like it's kind of weird. At the same time, it makes sense because that's what's up. Like you can look at it from a different paradigm and say Spider-Man is bullshit. They only have spider powers. But a real human being, when you unleash your full potential, you're actually Superman. Like you can do all those things, right? Not literally, but yeah. And that's the uh, purpose of art, right? Wake people up. Like it's so insane. Why are millions of people watching Avengers, right? Or Lion King or whatever it is? Because there's a psychological layer to it. You don't even need to watch it in the original language. You might be watching a dubbed version, but you still get it. You get the symbolism. There's something in you that understands that. There's a part of you that understands that symbolism. So yeah, that's the thing with being human, right? When you start to shine, when you start being Superman, it's not like people are cheering for you. Like, it's so rare, right? If you have people around you that's cheering for you, like you are so fucking lucky. But usually what happens is, uh, like usually what's going on is like we are all losers. You should be a loser too, right? Don't outshine, don't outshine us, right? Like if you play by the Matrix rules, people are cheering for it, right? Like if you say to an NPC that I got a new job, they are like, "Oh, congrats, man! I'm proud of you." But if you are like, if you say something like, "I quit my job to chase my dreams, launch a business, or try to do something that's never done before," they are like, "Really? Can you do that? No, you can't do that, man. Don't waste your life, man." Right? Like you can't imagine the hate I got, even from my best buddies when I first started on when I first started like working on myself and getting workshops and all that stuff. All those uh, friends of yours, they become your number one haters, man. Like I give this example all the time, right? Let's say you are fat and you are hanging out with fat people. You are uh, let's say you are making these nights, right? Eating nights. You are just eating lots of shit, but then you decide to change your life, right? Maybe you decide to, uh, maybe it's for health reasons. Maybe you want to look fit or whatever reason, right? You think your fat friends will cheer you? Like, right on, man, hit the gym, right? No, they're stuffing shit into their mouths. They're like, "What are you doing?" Right? We had something going on here. Why are you messing it up? So that's the idea, right? And same with society. That's why people like, like I give the example of Elon Musk, but like anyone actually, anyone who's trying to do something big or worthy, they get so much hate, man. Or anyone who says something than the scripted programming of the NPCs, they can't process that. Like in the Matrix, right? Not all people are ready to wake up. So, yeah, that's Superman. That's why, like, I love that book. I internalize, like, pretty much internalize the whole book, right? The Relentless by Tim Grover. Like that book, it's a must read in my opinion by everyone. Everyone who wants to do cool shit with their lives. He was saying something like, uh, you need to be who you really are to become what you want to be, to become who you want to be, right? And to be who you really are, you need to do it in private or with people who really want the best for you and you trust them, right? He calls these guys cleaners, right? So it's like that's why usually these top level giga chad basketball players and all those people, they have these inner circles, inner mastermind groups, right? And that circle, they only have the people who get it, right? Like if you are just a random dude binging on bullshit, have this mediocre, fucked up matrix mentality, like you are out, man. You are not allowed to be there, right? Uh, like guys like Steph Curry and all that. It's like their trainings are like ritual, right? Uh, so he was talking about that concept, and I think that's really true because uh, to really achieve shit, develop a skill or whatever it is, you need your whole psyche, right? You can't just leave a part of yourself out. Your dark side also needs to join, right? But as I said, your dark side is usually not acceptable, not accepted by the society, right? So that's why you do it in private. You practice in private, and then you perform in public. And then you perform in public. I can't speak. And then you perform in public. It's so insane how much of these superhero stories, like Spider-Man, they all have these layers, man. And even the most dumbest person subconsciously understands these, right? You don't need to intellectually understand these because I mean nobody would watch it if that was the case. There's a part of you, as I said, like imagine the immense intelligence you have in yourself, like all the all the shit going on in your body, like all these cells dying and renewing, the the digestion system, and Like the nerves and the cells and the blood and like there's a universe in you, right? And you don't even think about how to do it. Like you have, and that's the same intelligence that moves all the planets, all the universe, like the cosmos. So yeah, there's a part of you that understands that. Especially old Disney films, right? They are the peak of that. Okay. I have no idea what to do with this. Just go like this. Layers and layers. Great art can be comfortable. Most 3D great art confronts you with something. Changes you. Yeah. Yeah, makes you uncomfortable. It doesn't have to, but yeah. So that's what I was yipping about, right? Like you can learn how to draw. It's no problem, man. But that's not even the 1% of it. Like it's not even a tiny fraction of it. Assuming that the person is aiming to be the best they can be or realize the potential they have. Also, that's one of the reasons I'm really into these kind of challenges, right? Like challenges like this, it's not a big deal if you are like taking a day off, right? Like for example, uh, take take comic book creation, right? Normally, if you are working in the industry, uh, you're either like there are people who does all of them, but usually you are either the penciler or the inker, right? And maybe you pencil like 4 pages a week, 4 5 pages if you are working faster and harder. But you take a day off, right? So that's the challenge. Like 30 days, no days off, man. You are going all in every day. And that shit, uh, I wouldn't say it's fully liminal, but that shit fucking breaks you open, man. You bleed onto page, right? And then you start getting these skill unlocks. It's painful, man. It fucking hurts. Is it worth it? Definitely. That's why I love these kind of challenges. And it's not only skill, right? Like you are like these kind of it's a journey, man. You are taking a journey and like this journey shows like shines a light on all your bullshit and shows that in your face, right? Maybe you are procrastinating, maybe you are overthinking. Like whatever it is, it just shows it to you, right? When you take on a big challenge. And it's not even big if you think about it. But you get my point. So uh I mean that's a huge value for me, right? And it's not supposed to be comfortable, right? That's the point. That's the exact point. You jump into the fire, face all your bullshit, and let the bullshit burn, and then you get reconstructed as a stronger version of you. You voluntarily destroy your old self. And again, this is like in so many aspects, right? And it's always random. I was talking about this earlier as well. Like you don't know what you are gonna get. That's the point. It's not like it's laid out, right? If I do this challenge, I'm gonna get this. No, every challenge, you realize something else, right? Because your subconscious is so much smarter than you. It always shows you what you really need at that point, right? So it's so insane. It's not like there is this fixed candy you are gonna get. Sometimes it's a skill unlock. Sometimes you realize something with the process. Sometimes you just understand yourself more. Sometimes you get an insight and maybe implement something to your pipeline. So to me, it's so valuable, right? This is so much more valuable than making money or working in a company or anything like that. This is like a personal journey. That's why I'm not a big fan of prompts. Like prompts, like go all in, man. If you are gonna do a challenge, jump into the fire, man. I'm not shitting on I'm not shitting on it or anything. Like that's cool as well. But to call that a challenge is an insult, right? That's not a fucking challenge. That's a game. If you call it a challenge, it should fucking break you open, burn the bullshit you have, and then transform you into something else, right? It's like you are shedding an old skin and improving your artistic identity or, creative part or whatever it is. Hmm. Industry average. Uh, subconscious. Promos are the gateway. Yeah. Prompts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, what I mean is like, like for once in your life, go all in on something and see what happens. And there are levels to this, right? I'm not saying destroy yourself or anything, obviously. And it doesn't have to be the amount of work or amount of time you are working on a project or how big the project is. It doesn't have to be just that, right? There are lots of aspects to it. Like it can be the vibe part of it, right? Like maybe challenge yourself to bring so much more emotional intensity to the page than you would do otherwise, right? Maybe focus on that. Maybe focus on storytelling. Maybe focus on being more authentic with your artistic expression, right? It can be anything. It can be lots of different things. It doesn't have to be just like I draw 10 hours every day. It doesn't have to be that, right? It can be anything. It's not like this this measurement of pages per day or anything. Mm. I would poo-poo anyone using prompts. No, I'm not. I don't have any beef with people who are using prompts, but uh, I'm just making a point, right? Not to offend people. Like imagine the Inktober community coming after me. This guy is shitting on prompts. Get him, infidel. I don't. The subconscious is the holy fount of value. Uh, oh, I wouldn't poo-poo. Okay, you said I wouldn't poo-poo. Okay. Okay, don't worry. There is no Inktober police around. I mean, you think uh, people are smart, right? Like, for example, that guy the other day, right? He comes in, he's like, "What's the prompt today?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm not doing the prompts." And he's like, "But it says Inktober in your title." Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you for being so helpful. Like, really, dude? Is it what it says? Because I can't read. And then he goes like, I'm doing this, right? Painting. And he's like, you know, there's the fill tool. And I'm like, holy. Again, really? No fucking shit. There's a tool that you can click once and it just paints like that. Oh my fucking god, dude. How do I, how do I never, how did I never heard about it? Uh, oh my god, man. Like the intelligence this guy has, like 4-digit IQ. Uh, it's like, you know, you can do it like this and it will be so much easier. Okay? Damn it. Which Inktober? Which Inktober are you talking about? But yeah, that was an insight, right? That guy reminding me there's a fill tool in Photoshop. Oh my god, man. How come I never heard about it? I'm using Photoshop for, I don't know, like as long as I can remember. Uh, you damn right, Inktober. Yeah. Really should play down with the next floor. Yeah, I do that. I actually did that. Right? He said there's a fill tool, and I'm like, fill tool? What's that? I don't know, man. I'm not good with technology. I just draw. There's this button. I press that, and it gives me a brush. And I have this tablet which is connected to the PC. It's like a real pencil and paper, but it's connected to the PC, right? And I draw on this tablet and it draws on the PC, on the monitor. I don't know about any fill tool. That's some foul magic. It's an invention of Satan. Yeah, it's all fun and games, but usually I don't. Uh, at least I try to not uh, like break people's hearts, not hurt them intentionally or anything. But if they are offended, but why what I say? I mean, uh, yeah. Sometimes if I'm too tired, I become too intolerant. So I might say some fucked up shit that might come out as disrespectful. But that's also something that gets twisted by the mainstream, right? Show respect, like usually when you talk about like brutal truths, like stuff like that, they call you mean, right? You are mean. You are rude. Feel what? Paint buckets, like the thing you use with your rolls. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can just if they get the bait. Oh my god, man, that's some ammo, right? If they get that bait, oh, we are cooking all day, all night. There's a way to be a cheeky bugger, yeah. Made a joke a couple streams ago, joking about certain pool for when you use full tool. Dude's wondering, offering that. Yeah, how to use the full tool. Yeah, instead of doing that to get rid of old paint or at the shop to burst faster, yeah. Yeah, it's good to meme about it, right? You get a lot of ammo from this kind of stuff. Okay. Break time. Be right back, guys. All right. We are back. Phone's about to die. 5 minute bar. Nice. Peace out. Okay. Enjoy, man. Hard bounce? What's hard bounce? Head to bounce? No battery? Okay, man. It's cool. Break time. Be right back, guys. All right, let's go. Are we good? I think there was a hiccup on the VPN. I think we are good. Still alive? Yep. Put the PC to sleep. Close every app. I mean, yeah, Windows, man. So weird. Sometimes I put the PC to sleep and it just wakes up and stays like that in the login screen. Genius Windows. Resetting everything, yeah. Yeah, I think, you know what I think? Uh, like someone, if someone would come up with a like new operating system, like imagine an operating system that's a combination of both, like all systems, right? It's let's say it's free like Linux, not like in terms of free in cost, but you know, like in terms of code, and then ease of use like Apple, and scalability as Windows. Like that would just clear shop. Like it would just swipe the industry. Because if you think about it, best one is Linux. But it's so complicated. No one would like average person wouldn't deal with like installing stuff like you install in Linux. And like Mac is awesome, but uh like there's no gaming on Mac, right? So that's a red flag for too many people. Pretty much all the boys and all the guys. Uh Windows is the most scalable thing that you can do anything on, but yeah, it's Windows. So if someone made something as good as Apple and you could play games and like imagine it would run on any system, right? Like Apple, like Mac, Windows, even mobile maybe, I don't know. Because I know this because I learned Unix, right? Like Apple's uh Apple's Mac OS is built on Unix, right? So like it's a really robust system when it comes to coding and all that. Also, I don't know why Apple is like uh do they not understand? Like if you win the gamers in some way, right? Like you win everything. Google is introducing a new PC operating system. Yeah. Like Google makes amazing research, right? I don't know how it's gonna be, but yeah, I also understand that it's really fucking hard to do something like that. But yeah, most of the stuff is like because people are used to, right? Like I don't know, maybe there won't be something called mouse in the future, right? We will look back and we will be like, holy shit, we used to use this. Direct Windows competitor. People's not interested in winning games? Yeah, like that's what I don't understand. Like anytime I see a keynote, like some guy comes up and gaming in on Apple is as never as it was before. But they talk about the App Store games and all that. Like who gives a fuck? I mean, there are lots of people playing App Store games, like mobile games, but I'm sure statistically, like the real hardcore gamers, they are on their PC playing with a mouse and keyboard. People wanting control. They want to control us. Uh, Open up the gaming community means open up system to developers, cheap competitors. Yeah, there was that. Apple had some drama with Nvidia, right? Like it's so insane. You know, Apple used to develop their own processors and all that back in the ancient times. And Steve Jobs, uh, what did Steve Jobs do? He just got rid of it, right? He got rid of lots of products and simplified the whole product line into a couple products. Like he just eliminated the distractions and all that. It's kind of funny that now they are doing it again. I mean, they are insane, right? Like, honestly, in terms of processing, in terms of what it does, what it's supposed it does what it's supposed to do like amazingly. Uh, I don't know what's the latest M4, M4, I guess. That's an insane chip, man. Like, you could configure, I think it to like, uh, I don't know, 36 uh, cores. It's kind of insane if you think about it. To create your own chip. Uh, Apple can't tolerate that. Their their image is so important. I don't know, man. I don't know their policy or anything. But I used to have a Mac. Like I used Mac for like I don't know how many years. Since since 2009 or something, whatever. But it's not like I'm a Mac guy or anything. I had Mac and I had VC, right? I used them both. But like it's so good, man. Like it never crashed once, dude. Like if an application uh starts acting out, you can just close it. I'm and I was doing these insane stuff like uh rendering something in 3D and then recording videos. Because it has this unified memory thing. You know, the idea about technology is like if you think about it, cars right now, the what do you call it? The cars that run with gas, they spend less gas now, right? Compared to 60s and I don't know, 50s, 60s. So it's the same gas. The petrol doesn't the petrol didn't change, but technology changed, right? So as technology improves, uh, you can milk the resource better. So that's something to do with the technological advancement. So in Mac, it's something like that, right? Because of how it works, how the underlying code works. It's like you might have the same RAM with a Windows PC, but it would like run everything smoothly. And I'm not even exaggerating. It never crashed, not even once. Like it's so insane. I never closed the PC. It worked for years, like just like that. It didn't even blink. I mean, I don't know. I had the highest configuration of MacBook. I don't know if they are making it more uh gold, but yeah. I'm a documented not Apple fan. Yeah, I'm like I think it's not something to be a fan or enemy of. I find that really stupid, right? You know, there are Windows people and Apple people. Like it comes down to that black and white thinking, right? People have to pick sides in that binary thinking. And same with agreeing with people, right? Like you don't need to agree with someone 100% to like them. Yeah, that shit, like I stay away from it like it's a plague, right? Like why are you separating, right? Go for the unity, man, not separation. And there are Pepsi and Coca-Cola people, right? And then there are World of Warcraft people and Final Fantasy people. Final Fantasy people. What else? It's like, you know, left, right? So yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's a business company, right? I don't have any emotional connection with it. Like they make amazing products. I use them. I was happy. That's it. It's not like I'm a fan or an enemy or hater. And in those like debates on Reddit and Twitter, all those stuff, like there are lots of confirmation bias going on as well. Like Android devs shitting on Apple, Apple devs are shitting on Android devs and all that. Like, what are you doing, man? Spent afternoons after school hanging out in the Coke factory. Coke syrup straight out of the vats. Apple size. I mean, whatever you want to believe, man. Are you drunk, man? Yeah, because you are fighting with a bot, man. It's not even an NPC, it's a bot. It would be so funny that if it typed something. I'd have to reconsider my life if they had. Is he giving any warning signs? Nah. Maybe I pulled the cable with my foot or something. I don't know. It's just monitor got disconnected and came back. Or yeah, it had a power failure and came back instantly. But then everything resets. I wondered if it just overheated. I don't know. I mean, monitor. I never had a monitor overheating. One of the fans in the case broke like back a a year ago or something. And I checked the thing, those apps which shows temperature. Like what was it? Uh like GPU was like 90 degrees. Then I bought this insane exhaust fan. It dropped it like 30 degrees, man. It's so insane. But it's loud. Like I don't remember the name. I did some research. I got the best one. But it's like a plane engine. It's really loud, but it fucking cools the fuck out of it. I wear headphones if I'm worried about that. Yeah. Okay. Another break. And be right back. All right. We are back. Open a can of worms on the other server. What? Uh, okay, I think I'm gonna call this. I'm too tired to do the motion lines. Can just put them in tomorrow or later. Uh, yeah. Yeah, there are some stuff I'll fix with this. But anyways, we are gonna do a polish pass to all of them as anyways, so no big. Uh, one more down. Uh, uh, one day better every day, yeah. Alright. Thanks guys for hanging out. Appreciate it. Love you all. Stay awesome, stay amazing, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.